Checking, checking. Alright. I think we're ready. Hey there, Internet. Broadcasting live from an undisclosed location somewhere rock bottom. He is the Reverend. What you know good. I tried streaming earlier today. Unfortunately, and it was mainly because I couldn't sleep. But unfortunately, OBS went and crashed on me in the middle of me trying to set things up. I played a little bit of Undertale for the first time today. And I took after about 2 hours, I decided to try something different. Because I was not doing well in Undertale, and I realized my dodging skills needed to work. So I was gonna stream some Toho or some Dodonpachi, but then OBS crashed. So I'm not gonna try that until I'm not gonna try that again until I figure out what exactly went wrong. So for this next stream tonight, I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I normally do, and that's get back to drawing. I'm kind of behind on schedule anyway. I want to get at least one drawing done per 4 days, so at least like every 5 days. So that way, by around like the 20th day of the month, I'll have had at least 4 illustrations done. But man, it's been a real busy weekend. So I haven't been able to get done everything that I want to get done, but I'm gonna go ahead and since I've got everything set up, I'm just gonna go ahead and start for another stream for today, and we're just gonna dive on in and do some illustrations. Tonight I'm gonna illustrate something that I doubt anyone really knows, because I don't think anyone nearby has actually read this manga. But with that said, let's just dive in. I was wondering where my music went just now. Okay. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and just jump right in this and start planning it out. This illustration is going to be a character that I doubt anyone. It's going to. Ooh, excuse me. I'm really out of it today. I'm sorry. The illustration is going to be of a side character from a series that I read a few years ago called Aiki. The series is illustrated by someone named Isutoshi, who is probably better known from his less than safer work series, but I really digged his series Aiki because one, just the art style reminds me of just older retro series, and it was about it was martial arts and fighting manga, and the most noticeable thing about the series is that the main character is just an absolute a-hole. He is just absolutely awful. The main character is what you call a villain protagonist. Absolutely awful. Definitely not someone you would ever want to associate with. But he was also hilarious. Absolutely awful, but hilarious. That said, let me get my references ready and let's just get started. The character I'm going to draw is a side character. Didn't show up until like late in the series. I'm not even sure how to properly pronounce her name. I think it's like Dornier or something like that. The reason why I want to draw is because she had this really cool ass weapon, and just her overall like aesthetic was pretty cool to me. Also, and this is probably just my own personal bias, that every now and again you get a character that seems like they were going to be cool, but then for whatever reason we don't get to see a lot from them, or they just got the short end of the stick. She's definitely one of those characters. where she was excitable and excited, and it looked like she was going to eventually do something, and minor spoilers, she doesn't really amount to much. But you know what? That's not going to stop me from drawing her. Because I think she was cool. The hard part is after setting up the actual pose and everything. The hard part is going to be um, the illustrating the weapon. Her weapon is unorthodox, but it kind of the way it's built up kind of reminds me. I don't know why, because it's definitely not anywhere near the same, but it kind of reminds me of Vega from Street Fighter. Just the way that the weapon looks at first glance. It's not a claw, but the way it's set up looked kind of cool. It reminded me of it. Just the reveal of it all. So what I'm going to do is I've actually got a few illustrations of her as references, obviously, but I also have some illustrations of Vega, because I'm going to try to I'm going to have her posing in a manner that's very similar to what you would see from someone like Vega. And I may draw her a tad more muscular than she actually is in the series. But then again, Isutoshi draws in such a sketchy manner that it's hard to tell who's got muscle and who doesn't unless there's some serious definition. And some of the characters, male and female, are definitely muscular. Right now, I'm just gonna get the. Right now, I'm just focusing on getting the actual pose down. And figuring out exactly how I want this angled. If everything goes according to plan, we can get this illustration done quicker than the usual ones. But knowing me, I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Chances are I'm gonna start second guessing myself again, especially now that especially since I'm going to admittedly go a little faster, because even though I do have some time, I don't want to be here for too long, because I know I'm gonna have a real busy day tomorrow. Some of the errands that I was trying to run during the weekend had to be put on hold due to time constraints, or because certain locations would close earlier than I expected, or because the services just screwed me over. That's neither here nor there. Right now, let's just focus on what we can do. This is going to be also one of those situations where I'm not actually going to try to replicate the actual illustration style. Isutoshi's style, while definitely recognizable once you know what his style looks like, is so janky. The word's not janky. It's not janky, but in such a way where it just doesn't. it doesn't leave a lot of opportunity for certain details and whatnot. You have to get a little creative. But that's okay, cause I've got the plan. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if this is where I want the hand to be, so I'm actually going to gonna take my time with this. The hand's gonna look a little blocky at first, but it's okay. As long as we got everything that we need. Plan out the hand, plan out everything, block out the parts, eliminate any and all guesswork. Shrink it down a little bit. There we go. The problem now is that I'm gonna have to really focus on the foreshadowing if I want this to look right. Both hands. Yeah, the one in front is definitely gonna be pretty close. Just want to make sure that the weapon itself can be properly seen. Based on the way the weapon looks, you might not actually see her hand very well from this angle. Actually, we're gonna actually shrink this down a little bit, just in case we need it. We'll take this main. We're gonna take the main pose, and and we'll adjust it here, even if it's a little small. I'm not quite sure if the size. I'm not sure if if the size is exactly where I want it to be. So we're just gonna adjust it as we go ahead, as we move along. Gonna redo this hand. It wasn't sitting well with me. It's going to be a little tricky, but again, I want to make sure that we have a decent amount of foreshortening because this is it's going to be a little more dynamic. I really got to work on improving poses. Even if most of this is going to be kind of hidden because we're going to zoom in. Pen sensitivity is fading for some reason. I really need to figure out what the hell's going on with this. It happened on my previous computer. It's happening here. Every now and again, my freaking pen sensitivity just vanishes. Basic pose doesn't look too bad. So I'll take this. And I'll combine them. Let's actually add a little more of the fingers. See how that works. Because I'm looking at the weapon right now, and I think we can add a little bit more detail. We might not see the entirety of the weapon up front, but we can definitely show the entirety of the weapon on the opposite side. nails. She's got some long ones. For some reason, I just keep wanting to redo this hand. I think it's mainly because I keep messing up the proportions. We're gonna get it though. Bring the fingers down a little bit. That might just be the issue. Maybe I just bring them down a little bit. Doesn't look that bad. The pose itself doesn't look that bad, but what we're going to do now is while we start to clarify the rough, I'm going to see how much we can get away with bringing it in closer. Let's bring in some of the weapon. She's got a very unorthodox weapon, but I honestly thought it was pretty cool. It was like a cross between an extendo glove and a claw. If I recall correctly, it was designed specifically for an extension of the limb. Like, instead of striking, it was more like a tool for grappling. An unorthodox weapon, I think she built it herself. Hence why it was really difficult to figure out exactly what she was capable of. But in the few times we see her fight, she was able to actually hold her own, so. But then she gets the shaft, which is a bummer. Yeah, give me a second to really process this. I want to make sure that I get the shape just right, because this is again, this is a very unorthodox weapon. It's a little confusing on how it's shaped. Not quite a claw, not quite a glove. something like this. And since the manga itself is in black and white, it's difficult to catch everything because of the way things are shaded. Some things are in full black. I think there's like some stitching like right around here, almost like you would see on like a baseball mitt or a catcher's mitt or a boxing glove. So we're gonna kind of stitch that in there. I don't even know what color this claw is supposed to be. While many of the characters, I couldn't tell what their color scheme was until I saw like a colored cover of like the manga's volume itself. There's still a few things that they never do show us, like the color of this weapon. So I'm definitely going to have to do some guesswork here. But I'm definitely going to probably hold on to like the color scheme very similar to Vega and his. I'm taking the illustration I'm looking at for reference, and I'm flipping it so I can and I'm flipping it because so I can get a better view of what some of this is supposed to look like from a different angle. Very similar to how one would be wise to flip the canvas whenever they're drawing. Sometimes looking at a different angle can show you where you have messed something up. Yeah, I already noticed the issue here. The weapon shouldn't be that big. That looked almost as big as her head. What? What you gonna do that for? Now, the claw itself isn't curved like this, but for the sake of dynamism, I might keep it that way anyway. Or at the very, if I do straighten this out a little bit, it's probably not gonna be as straight. Wrong pen. There we go. Comes the hard part to kind of block out the front of the gauntlet where these claws are coming out. This is where it really pays off to actually be able to picture the gauntlet in your head so you know exactly how you want this to look. I'm gonna force myself to really picture it in my head and eliminate the guesswork. I really have got to stop trying to figure these things off on the figure these things out on the fly and really plan ahead. And there's a little bit of curve to the claw. Just not a lot. Yeah, for this front one, I'm just gonna have just the very top of it show up a little bit. I don't want the weapons to completely overpower the rest of the picture. Nor do I want it to really obscure her face. Just to kind of don't want it to overpower it. Just to share the good chunk of the real estate here. Keep thinking, do I want to bring it in a little closer or... We'll bring it down a little bit for now. I don't think I want to zoom in a little too close. I think that'll work. All right. Let's start working on a rough sketch. Got the pose down. Now we're just gonna start really focusing. Now this character's face is extremely expressive, like extremely expressive, like to the point where very rarely can her face be taken very seriously. When she's being serious, even when she's being serious, she looks a little too comical at times, and it's mainly because she's got these fangs, not like cat fangs, but like almost like vampire fangs, which might be one of the reasons why I like her design. She has that look on her face. She has like a constant look like you don't know what nationality is, but you think she might bite somebody one of these days. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for one of her more serious faces, so that I can take it a little more seriously as I draw the face. Because even when she's in the middle of fighting, she sometimes doesn't look like she's she can be taken seriously, even though she definitely can fight. The other reason why it's really difficult to take her seriously, though, is she has this very odd hairdo. To the point where you think she's probably just trying a little too hard to be taken seriously or look menacing, when in reality she just looks kind of goofy. It's a weird combination of slightly cool design, but the face throws you off. Right now, just kind of redefining the jawline. I assume she's of like European descent. That's not looking bad. We can make this work. Might look a little messy at first, but it'll be alright. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're definitely going to give her a Vega feel. We're going to try to make her look as sinister as we can. Even if she doesn't really turn out to be like that in the actual story. Speaking of which, I haven't really said anything about the story. The manga is called Aiki. Think Aiki Jujutsu. And it centers around originally like an inter high school like war going on between schools, as well as like internal conflicts within like a school. Several different martial artists and sports clubs were just constantly at each other's throats. I think it was partly for schools like funding for their clubs, and a member of a rich family attends the school, and she's seeking the help of a local legend, Aiki Jiu-Jitsu competitor, Aiki Jiu-Jitsu martial artist, who goes by the name of Jokyu Kunetoshi. Now the problem though is, one, Jokyu has no intention of taking on any disciples, and two, he's a real asshole. He's just a rude, condescending, and I think even a misogynistic jerkwad. He also is kind of a freeloader who doesn't actually have a job yet. He's just kind of doing his own thing, regardless of regardless of income. Mainly, mainly because he has a I think a rich mother, but a family member and a former disciple of his get involved, and pretty soon he doesn't have much of an option, and decides to pick his choose who he's going to help out. Especially when his former student gets involved. And pretty soon, he doesn't have much of a choice anyway, because there are people that are after him as well. Because he is like a legendary martial artist who apparently was so good with his Aiki Jujutsu that it was rumored that the man had the ability to essentially defy gravity itself. But it turns out, and we find this really early in the story, so I'll go ahead and say it now, that one of the reasons why he didn't really want to get involved with any of this is because he was unfortunately nerfed by his own dad. Say, Jokyo not only was an absolute jerkwad, he was willing to use his incredible jujutsu skills for just, if not nefarious purposes, for unnecessarily violent tendencies. Like even if he means well, he can take his jujutsu too far and just straight up hurt people too bad. And so his father, who was a well-respected martial artist in his own right, but just not as good as his own son, who was known as a genius, decided to, in his own kid's sleep, he sneaks into his kid's room. He sneaks into Joku's room while he's asleep, and dislocates and relocates all of his joints in such a way where if he overdoes his techniques, if he goes too hard, he'll actually pop his own joints out of the sockets, and he'll dislocate his own he'll dislocate his arm if he does a particular technique. And so Jokyu is actually nerfed when we first see him, and he's slowly but surely trying to regain his abilities. So it's a combination of just warring factions and an awful character picking sides and slowly becoming the monster he used to be. It's a bit raunchy at times, but it's also absolutely hilarious. And the way the martial arts are performed, because it's really difficult to portray Aiki Jujutsu in a very stylized manner that doesn't look ridiculous. I think Isutoshi mixes fantasy and reality well enough so that you see what Jokyu and other Aiki Jujutsu are trying to do, and it doesn't look too ridiculous. It's over the top at times, of course. Like, I mean, Aiki Jujutsu requires you to be able to throw anyone, and when you got someone who just kind of looks like they're walking towards you, and the next thing you know, the opponents go flying. It's ridiculous, but then they start explaining how you're able to do it, and it's like, oh, okay, I can kind of see that. As I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons why it's really hard to take Dornier too seriously is because her hair is, I'm not even gonna mince words. Her hair is kind of ridiculous. Like, most of it is just fine, but then there's this part of it that just stands out, literally, that you can't really take too seriously. Like what I'm about to sketch out doesn't look bad at all. It's normal looking, flayed, unbrushed hair, or hair that looks like it wasn't properly cut. The bangs are just kind of frayed out like this, which isn't a problem. They ain't a problem at all. The problem is when you get to the top of the hair, which I'll show in a minute. She has these two like tufts of hair that kind of flay out like she tried to stylize them to look like devil horns, and it just looks so goofy. But maybe, just maybe, we can make it look like it works. Maybe we can make it work. Might also help a little bit that some of the hair is being blocked off by the weapon, so it's not going to look too ridiculous. It also doesn't help that it doesn't hurt that I'm trying to draw her to look like she actually is someone who could be taken seriously. It's kind of like Renji from the manga Teppu. Like, yeah, it's just kind of the character that you can't take too like I couldn't take too seriously when I first saw her, but as the story went along, she kind of grew on me. Like kind of like one of those, like your neighbor or a friend of yours, like their dog who. They first see you and they immediately won't get off of you. They won't quit sniffing at you and looking at you. But after a while, when they mellow out or you get used to them, it's like, okay, yeah, you're kind of cool. When you're not constantly trying to assault my face. I don't even know if that analogy makes any sense to anyone, but whatever. I want to bring the hairline down a little bit. Even the hairline's a little uneven at spots. But that might just be in certain angles. I mean, this was done in a manga, so some things will be technically off model because you don't have time to stay on model when it comes to drawing stuff like manga. You don't have time to make sure everything's nice and clean like for like an anime. You have to get this stuff done like in a week. And it's usually only one of you, if not a small team. This is actually not looking too bad. You might be able to make this look a little believable. Actually, now that I think about it, there is a decent amount of like characters from manga that I don't think anyone ever talks about, but they tend to have some really cool characters that I want to draw. And I've noticed that's what happens when you're a fan of like, I wouldn't say obscure titles, but just, I guess you could say obscure titles. There are a lot of titles that I know of that no one ever talks about, and I don't know if anyone even knows about them. But there's some cool ass characters every now and again. It's a bummer no one ever talks about them or draws them. That's alright. If no one else is gonna draw them, then I will. Thankfully, the outfit itself isn't too complicated. It's just there are certain aspects that are just a little tricky. But that just might be due to Isutoshi himself and his particular art style. Also, more often than not, usually in this outfit, she's got like a cape with complete with this big fluffy collar. But since she's brandishing her weapon, this is around the time where she whips the cape off because she's about to fight. So I might just illustrate the cape flying off of her neck and just kind of cascading in the background. Yeah, a little more. Put a mask on here so we can safely mask out some of the details here, so we can kind of see where everything is. Bring the top out a little more. It kind of stands out a little more. It's a little thicker. Gonna take Isutoshi's shading into consideration. Help get an idea of where the shading is going to be for the colored version. Now comes one of the trickier parts. She has this belt that kind of reminds me of Shadowloo from Street Fighter. But I'm not entirely sure how it's connected. So I'm gonna have to guess at some of this. Again, I chalked it up to the way Isutoshi did the illustrations. If you don't have to put in too much, detail for something as simple as like a belt chain, you're not gonna add that much detail. It's not that important. It's much more important to get the medallion part on like a belt like this one, done right, rather than focusing on something you can just kind of quickly whip up like a chain. But then what happens when someone wants to draw this like legit? It wouldn't hurt to have at least one decent version of a character design. if only to make sure that anyone who wants to draw one of your characters isn't messing it up. Shoot, part of this doesn't even look right in comparison to the actual illustration. I mean, actual character design. But then again, some of the actual the big issue is that sometimes the belt buckle actually looks a little different. Sometimes it looks like it's just a simple skull, and sometimes it looks like it's got the cat ears. Like when we first see her, I don't think that the cat ears are there. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take some creative liberties here, if only to make sure things just kind of stand out a little more. This may not be exactly as Isutoshi had originally set it up, but I blame him for this because make it clear, man. Let us know exactly what this is supposed to look like. This is the part where it's going to be a little confusing, because I'm not quite sure what the change is supposed to look like. They just kind of change with each new frame, with each new illustration. So we're just going to make your own version and keep it consistent. That will do. Add some creases here. Shoot. This ain't looking bad at all. Wait, what are you doing? Yeah, we could totally make this work. I think this will do. So we're gonna go ahead and start masking out the parts that are hidden. I'm not erasing anything. I have a mask over it, so if the mask needs to be uncovered again, we can just do this again. I really should have done this a long time ago. I don't know why I didn't think about this years ago. On hey, I don't have to erase anything or copy a layer and take it from there. Oh no, I can just do this. Just mask it, erase the things you don't need, and if you need to undo the mask, and just block it back in. Let me take a minute to save before I forget. Boom, save. I can block it right back in if I need to. Digital illustration is awesome, and I'm just occasionally pissed at myself for not noticing what we can do with it. Now, one more thing I want to draw, and that's the cape. But we're gonna draw it coming, go flying off. And it'll just start kind of billowing in the wind. Yeah, that'll do. Maybe make it a little longer. Now we're going to take all this. Weapons, the ruff, the clothes, and the hair. 4 different layers. We're going to combine these, clean it up a little bit. We're going to get started on the inking. Yeah, this is going to be a relatively quicker one today. Before anything, I'm going to apply the mask. Boom. Apply the mask here. Boom. And apply the mask here too. Combine everything. Now let's clean it up a little bit. It's been a while since we've been able to whip out a decent sketch within an hour. Then again, it's been a while since we had a relatively simple design and a general idea of how we wanted to look. This actually did not come out too bad. Not what I originally intended, but that's usually the case for everything that I make. Not that it's a bad thing. Sometimes you're pleasantly surprised with what you come up with. Still got a lot of guesswork to do when it comes to the color of some of this stuff. also hoping that my my OBS doesn't crash on me again. Finalize what we want these fingers to look like. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah. I think we got something good here, yeah? Nice. Alright. We'll save. It's time to set up the ink. The real question now is, what kind of pen do I want to ink this with? I think I'll go for the Millie pen this time. Yeah. Alright, we can definitely make this work. I just gotta be careful. honestly, while I don't know too much about Aiki Jujutsu, I do have respect for the idea, the concept that someone would be able to throw with the proper technique. One could technically throw anyone or anybody. The very concept that was explored in the story of Aiki reminds me of one game that I liked playing on the N64. It was part of the Hiryu no Ken series. It was essentially a port of super deformed Hiryu no Ken. And it was just basically translated into Flying Dragon. One of the characters that I practiced and got relatively good with, her name was Yuka, and she was a practitioner of Aiki Jujutsu. She was also one of the characters that had a super move that couldn't just be activated by hitting the C button, the C down button, whichever button it was, one of the C buttons. Most of the characters had a super move that could be performed with just that button, but hers didn't count because you hit the button, but it was just a setup. You had to do a little more afterwards. You have to once you activate it, you gotta wait until your opponent's in the right position, and then you input something else to catch them. And so you had to actually, if you were gonna succeed with using Yuka, you had to know exactly what you were doing. And that's why one of my friends who also had the game was not too big a fan of her for that very reason. Give me a second. Okay, just making sure I knew where everything was again. The chin's a little square, but I don't want it to be too square. Round it up just a little bit. Take a second to readjust my posture. I still have this habit of constantly leaning in left and right when it comes to my illustrations. I shouldn't have to move myself, I could just move the canvas. There we go. just be on the safe side. When it comes to these blades, we're just gonna, these extended arms, we're just going to do this. There we go. Careful. This will do. Wrong pin again. Add a little bit of extra weight here. There you go. Race a little bit there so you can poo poo. Slowly. One thing I remembered I want to mention about the Aiki series is that there's actually a sequel. There's a sequel series known as Aiki S that takes place. I'm not too sure. It wasn't too long since I think the end of the first series, but we then get a complete and total shift from inter-school competition to an invitation to a private island with a straight-up tournament. Imagine like a government agency hitting you with the classic, what's the best martial art / who's the greatest martial artist on the planet kind of situation. Kind of reminds me of like the classic evil organization pitting people against each other solely to find out what would make the strongest warrior, so they could perhaps maybe collect them as gather all the strongest fighters all at one time for some nefarious purposes, or maybe not even nefarious, but for maybe just more selfish reasons that will benefit one government over all the others, I won't go into too many details, partly because I don't remember all the details, though I do remember some of the characters were cracking me the hell up, and some of the fights were absolutely ridiculous. I also would have to say that Aiki S did not, like many other series, ended on a not too satisfying conclusion, which just makes you wonder: are you gonna is Isutoshi ever gonna make a sequel? I mean, like a third part? Because it feels like there's something just left unfinished. So here's to hoping that at the very least, we get some closure. Then again, I don't even know if Isutoshi's still illustrating. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he retired. Who knows? Maybe he's still doing his not safe for work content. I wouldn't know. I don't really involve myself in that. Though I must say, I was curious regarding some of his character designs because one of the when I first came across the series Aiki, Jokyu has the main character Jokyu has a cousin who looks nothing like him, and apparently has a character design that seems to be centered almost entirely off one of his more famous R18 stories. Apparently, he would occasionally reuse character. Like, if there is another series of his that I did read, which was Safe for Work, so that wasn't a problem. But at least this ain't right. And I swear, one of the characters from Aiki looks just like a character from another one of his the other series whose name I cannot remember. It had the name Freeze in it. I think it was centered around like a psychic. But like the main like male characters, like Mother was like a huge beefy woman. I think she played like volleyball growing up or something like that. And that same type of character build, almost the same character design too, just carried over into Aiki. And that woman ended up being like the gym teacher, who also practiced Kung Fu and was a bodybuilder. So it's just like, damn. Huge muscles. And no, that wasn't a bad thing. Not to me, at least. I've noticed a lot of people online, at least on social media, complaining about women with muscle. And there's this meme template that's going on where the template is just like a picture that says something like muscular women are beautiful, you guys are just cowards. And then like that's like most of the actual template, and then there's a spot in the template where you can post like a buff woman. And there are just so many different examples. So it's good to know I'm not the only one who thinks that women can totally be muscular and that's not a problem. And I do wonder just who in the world actually has a problem with women with muscles. Like, are these people really that insecure? Or are they honest to goodness under the impression that women are not supposed to have muscle or something like that? Which is absolute bullcrap, which is absolute nonsense. Muscle belongs on everybody. Muscle is good. Muscle is a great thing. Who doesn't like having the strength to accomplish their normal everyday tasks? Or are these complaints coming from dudes who don't want women to be buff because otherwise they feel inadequate? Like, do you feel like you need to be the one to open the pickle jar? Because if that's or you think you can contribute to a potential relationship with someone, I think you need to rethink your priorities. Here we go again. I just realized it's been about a half hour since I started inking. It really does not feel like that much time has passed. That'll do. Another reason why I'm going to go ahead and do 2 streams in one day. Well, 2 big reasons today. One, the morning stream was just because I couldn't sleep and I woke up way too early and I just wanted to take my mind off everything. And it gave me an excuse to try Undertale for the first time. The second reason is because I soon may not have any time to do any streaming at all. Depends on how busy this next venture of mine is going to be. We shall see. I just want to get as much done as I can while I know I still have time. comes that hard part. I'm going to try not to think about it at all. I'm just going to block it in. Not too bad. We're still here on the right side. I'm just going to go ahead and fill this in. Extra thick inside lines so that way when we try to fill in these, because when we're filling these in, filling the color, we don't want any extra crap leaking out. I just realized I have no idea what color this is gonna be. That's not bad. This may be a little strange. Just gonna hope that makes sense. Just guess. Here's to hoping no one asks too many questions about how this belt works. Hey, Kaito! Hey, how's it going? First time on chat. Hey, thank you for the compliment. And welcome. I do apologize if it looks like I'm going too fast. I'm trying to finish this one within 3 hours. Right now, we're already in the about an hour and a half. I'm gonna try to get everything done before we're too late out there, because tomorrow it's Monday right now since it's past midnight. I know everybody's schedule, but I don't want anyone to keep anybody. So we're just gonna try to I'm just gonna power through this. Thankfully, we decided to draw something that's relatively simple tonight. Or maybe I'm just in a good groove. Let's see. What artwork software I've got? It's Clip Studio. Hold on, you know what's up? You know what? Let me see if I'm gonna see if my Streamworks is working right now. Yeah, boom, there you go. Just in case someone else pops in and wants to know what I'd use. Still relatively new to using Stream Elements, so hopefully, hopefully in time I'll be able to properly have that pop in more automatically. Set that up so every few minutes Stream Elements can keep you guys informed. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can get a better look at what I've got so far. Almost done with the main lines. Once the lines are done, we're just gonna start immediately popping in the color. The reason why you want some nice clean lines, so that way when we use the paint bucket, we don't have to struggle with plugging all the colors in. The cleaner the line art, the easier it is to block in the main colors. It's been a really hectic weekend. I almost didn't stream tonight. I was kind of not feeling it after what happened earlier today. I did a gaming stream of Undertale. It was my first time trying it out. Once I tried to switch to another game, OBS completely crashed on me. It just completely killed my mood. So I just stopped and started doing some errands. Doing some cleaning up and everything. But since it's almost time for the new work week, I wanted to get one more drawing game for the weekend before I get myself ready for work and everything. I do a night shift, so this is the reason why most of my streams are usually late at night, like right now. Hopefully, soon, I can get myself a job more in the daytime, so I can hopefully I can soon adjust my schedule to fit everybody else's, because doing this stuff, doing night shifts and trying to plan schedules at this type of hour, harder than you think. you don't mind me asking, Yai Kaito, how'd you find me? Honest to goodness, I almost never properly advertise these streams because due to my busy schedule, I sometimes don't even know when I'm gonna stream. Most of my streams are essentially guerrilla streams that I just show up whenever I can. Usually during the weekend. Some of these lines I might not actually need, but I'll go ahead and block them out now. If I need to delete them later, well, I will. It's probably better to have them now just to be on the safe side. Just looking through the V2EN tag, saw some good art and clicked. Ha! Thanks, dude. Alright, there's a big confidence booster right there. Also, note to self, be sure to save your VOD. I drew something about a week ago, a tribute to the late pro wrestler Sabu, but then I forgot to save the VOD, so that thing got deleted. Speaking of which, I don't know what I'm going to do once I start hitting that 100-hour mark. I mean, I tend to download all my stuff, but I'm not sure if I'm going to... I'm not sure where I'm going to put those. I might go ahead and start putting my streams, like the VODs, on my YouTube channel. But I'm not quite sure if it fits. My YouTube channel is usually designed for my speed paints. But who knows? If only for the sake of, maintaining all my stuff, because eventually a bunch of streams are going to be taken down from Twitch due to this stupid 100-hour limit. Hey, the gym tomorrow. Keep up the good work. Hey, a fellow gym goer. Do your thing, man. Thanks for tuning in. And when you get some time, you can go ahead and check out the VOD. It's not going anywhere for another couple of weeks. Or at least another 7 days. Take care. Memento mori. Thanks for dropping in. soon I won't be able to. Think about it. I assume once me and my roommate leave this like location, I'm gonna have to find another spot. We got a fitness center over here, but this place is too damn expensive. We gotta get the hell out of here. So hopefully we'll be able to find someplace else we can train. Gonna keep an eye out. Oh, dude, I just noticed. Okay, this takes some of the guesswork out of this weapon here. I just noticed one of my reference picks, which helps me to kind of clarify just where this is. There we go. That's looking good. That is not bad at all. Almost done. Now we're gonna have to. Now we blocking the cape, draw her face, and we'll be ready for coloring. Good thing this collar is so willy-nilly and frizzy. We don't have to really worry about how that's supposed to look. Yeah. Yeah. We'll make it a little wider right here. Almost forgot the collarbone and the neck, the choker. Let's fix that. bit more. Just over here. Ah, that's actually not gonna work. Got that on the wrong layer. Drop everything on that same layer. Alright, so we don't lose anything. There we go. Here we go. Okay, so that should be everything for... Alright, let's Alright, let's get, yeah, okay, if that's okay, that's everything for this, for the everything except for the face. Let's go ahead and get started on the face, and then yeah, we almost got it done in the 2-hour mark. An hour for sketching, an hour for the inking, then it'll be hopefully just an hour for the color. It'll probably be an hour and a half. Alright, we've hit the 2-hour mark, and we're making some pretty good time. Oh yeah, that looks good. would have no idea that she's an absolute goof in this series. The way we're drawing her. Well, maybe you can figure it out. It's still kind of difficult to take seriously someone who has their hair style to make it look like they got demon horns. Sometimes a little change in art style is all you need to fool people into thinking that they were a credible threat. Let's block this in. That actually might not be a good idea. We might want to save that part for when we block in the rest of the colors. Yeah. Things might be a little uneven, but I think it's alright. We're gonna make a separate layer real quick, just to make sure that we don't mess up the eyes. This might be a little dance, might be a little awkward. Yeah. Alright, I think we got it. So let me take one quick looky look and make sure we didn't miss anything. Yeah, we got one. There's one more thing that we're missing. Just a little bit extra, just blocking in the seams here. Now then, it's time to block in the colors. So it's boom, and boom, boom. That should be everything. Yeah. We'll drop in the grays. Boom. So that way we know exactly we got everything we need. But I noticed another little missing part. So we're gonna block that in. There we go. I think that'll fit a little bit better. Fits a bit. Alright, back to it. Now that we got the... Actually, no, one more thing. We need to put a little more emphasis here so people can tell that though that's not just one cow, big old cowlick. She has two big old cowlicks, and it's supposed to look like demon horns. So might not be able to properly see it, but you know what? We're gonna emphasize it a little bit. We're gonna exaggerate it a little bit. Exaggerate that tuft of hair, and bring it out just a little bit, so there's no denying it, no mistaking it. Yeah, there we go. Bitch. Alright, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna bring out one of the colored images. Or not. Jeez. I was going to use that as a guide. Wait, no, that'll work. We got one. I just want to make sure I have the right colors for this. Alright, now let's start blocking this out. Look a little paler, a little lighter. There we go. block out there. Say, blocking the transparency, blocking the hair, boom, and boom. This is why we always want to have nice clean lines. Boom. Makes it so much easier to block this stuff in. Since I can't drop in the guide in this particular because the format of that picture wasn't working, we're just gonna have to block in those colors the old-fashioned way, but it's all right. Still have a basic idea what that's supposed to look like. That line's not entirely closed off, so let's go ahead and close that real quick, make it easier to seal it up, to block in those colors. Now comes the hard part. What the hell is some of these supposed to be? Assuming the collar is going to be a bit darker, so we'll just make it like block it in like this. And I have no idea what color her nails are supposed to be, so I'm going to go ahead and just to make sure everything they stand out a little bit. Give them this color. Notice another hiccup in the lines. We're gonna make these metallic. Ah, wrong color. Sorry, wrong layer. Over here. Boom. Now, what in the world color would I give these? The actual claws themselves. Screw it. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna Vega this. Since these claws definitely freaking remind me of Vega from Street Fighter, we're going to go ahead and use that as a reference. Yeah, it's not bad. And just for consistency's actually, for consistency's sake, we're gonna make this. We're gonna make these. Yeah, just for the consistency's sake, keep it this color. That's not bad. And we'll make this the same color as that. Boom. Wait. Nope, that ain't good. Clean it up a little bit. Jeez. It's bleeding out a little bit, but it's not too bad. We can fix that. About a ick poo poo is also the reason why we always keep it in these separate layers when we just starting to block these out, just in case that kind of crap happens. Ooh. Ugh. Still not sure what color these are supposed to be, but I'm just gonna block these in and this is color. Keep those cool colors in there. It'll help emphasize that red when it pops out. It makes that red pop out. Or do we want those fingernails to be more of a gray? I kind of want to keep them the same color because the inside of the skirt and the inside of the frills are going to be red. So there's already a little hint of that anyway. We don't need to add another. If we don't need to add a separate color, let's not. Whew, excuse me. I usually don't hit the hay until around 6 in the morning, so I shouldn't be getting too sleepy yet. Oh. But just be on the safe side, I just down myself some canned coffee. Some of the good stuff. That stuff's got about 350 milligrams. Almost all the caffeine you're going to need in a day. Psh. Now, before we start with the real shading proper, I'm trying to see. Do I want what do I want for like a background? You know what? Yeah, idea. Got an idea. Take that. I'm gonna try something. And I'm gonna try to blend this a little bit to get a different effect. Get a little bit of just the color a little bit. Let's see if we can add a little extra effect here. I'm not quite sure if this is gonna work or not, but I'm gonna try something. Do we have a splatter effect we can add? Yeah. Yeah, we definitely do. I'm gonna try something. But the particle size will have to be bigger. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. All right, all right. So the main flats are done. Now what's left is to properly drop in the colors. I mean, drop properly. The color's been dropped in properly. Now it's time to just properly done the shading. Then we'll do all the goodies. First things first, we block in we're gonna use our grays, gray layer, as a guide. Take from there. Block in anything that we think is gonna get covered. Yeah, we could definitely make this work. don't think we're gonna be able to get this done on the 3 hour mark, but we still don't want to take too long on this. I might have to legit hit the hay early tonight, because I got some errands that I'm definitely gonna have to run that I couldn't run during the weekend, or at least I tried to, failed to properly do so because of circumstances beyond my control. Oi. Don't need all that. Something along these lines. Something along the lines of this, perhaps? This is just blocking in the basic idea of this. I think I'm going to be blending most of this in. The past couple of illustrations, I've been going for like a retro feel, but I think I'm going to blend this one in a little bit more. But right now, I just kind of want to block in where I think the shading is going to be, so I'm not doing a lot of guesswork. At least that's the idea, but all I'm doing is guesswork, honestly. Because I can never tell exactly where I want the shading or the light source to be. It would really help if I figured that out ahead of time. So consider that a habit I still need to break. There we go. That doesn't look bad at all, honestly. At least not for this part. The rest of it, not too sure. this may be a little awkward, but that's mainly because I didn't think about where the light source is. I really need to fix that habit, as in eliminate it. Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Basic. All right. Basic shading here. But before we start blending proper, we are going to. We're going to we're gonna make our decision on exactly how to get the shading, see how to get our darker colors. These are light colors at first. Not too Where's my paint and apply? There we go. Oh, jeez, hold on. Left. Ah. Hold on there. Let's fix that. Ah. Fill that in. Okay, I think we got something. Blending it, it's not looking bad. Honestly, I'm definitely making her look a lot more fierce than she is in the actual manga. But you know what? That's probably for the best. We'll switch over to the smooth watercolor. Honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of. Getting that more of a painterly feel, but that's kind of what I'm aiming for. But the question is, do I want this to be multiply, or do I want this to be? Oh there. So many things can change based on just how we switch out the blending mode for some of these. Ah, now I see the issue. But once again, had the wrong color on there. Let me fix that. It's a nice color though. There we go. This part will just use a little bit of airbrush. Not a lot. Some of these I might erase just to get some of that rim light effect. Or I might just go for I might add that rim light effect, in a separate layer. may need a little more airbrush after this. Just to make sure we have a little bit of a gradient. You fucking this after Adam. You coward. Let's fix some of that. Let that remain kind of dark, hard shadow here. Right now, at this point, I'm actually kind of winging it. Switch back to the paint and apply because it gives me a better blur effect. It's not bad. It's not bad. jeez. Forgot to turn off the headset to erase. My bad. There. And a little bit of shade here. Switch back to watercolor. Yeah, okay, we'll add this. We'll add a lighting in a separate layer. Most of this has been sufficiently smoothed out, so we have an idea of where we're going to place the second layer of shading. But we're also going to need to add a little extra detail for the skin. That's not gonna work. Still got a little bit of extra. Here, so let's fill up those extra little spots. Boom. There we go. There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. Blend it out. Blend it out. Put a little shade in the seams right here. You know what? I'm gonna use the curve. Just go ahead and fill it out this way. Blend it. Blend that line. little bit. Yeah. It's not looking bad. Not looking bad. But we're gonna. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if I was going to, but I think we will. We're gonna go ahead and blend out the blend out the. We'll blend out these. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna blend the middle here. Wasn't sure if I was gonna do that, but yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Just a little bit, not too much. A little too much. Any other places we need to add shade before we start getting the darker version? I think this will work. This next part is going to be a little darker, more saturated. Some of these little colors are gonna have to be adjusted a little bit, but let's just get this. Let's get the shading in first. Oh. I might need to fade that. Might want to fade this whole part out, or at least let it fade into the background a little bit. I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna add some red effect to the whole cape to let you know that it's in the background. Also want to add. Okay, I'm going to add some light. Almost. Alright, alright. Almost done with the light. Bring this out a little bit. Where? Okay, hold on. Starting to get a little, starting to get a little confused here, messing up a little bit. But we're almost done. And I think that'll do for most of the light. Now let's add a little bit of color. So let's take alright, we're gonna take this light here. Delete some of this. Alright. Now for a little extra details for the face. You know what? An extra layer for the lashes. Just for a little bit of subsurface scattering. I'm not sure if we're gonna need this, but we're gonna give it a shot. soften some of these lines. Just a second. Let me get some of this. Some of this light needs to be taken down a little bit. Alright. Alright, we're almost done. Once we get the eyes done, I think we'll be set. little extra shiny shine. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to... Okay. We're gonna have to take off the shading real quick. Take off the shading. Take off the lighting. Okay. So here's the cape. We're going to overlay this, screen it, so that we can make sure we're gonna paint over this with this color here to make sure this kind of fades in the background. There we go. With that, guys, I think it's time to get to hit it with the finishing touches. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Highlights. Alright. We're going to take off. Alright, with this, alright, we're just going to finish it off. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take just the main character here. And it's time to start with our finishing touches. So first things first, post-processing. Copy this. And we're going to blur it out. We're going to emphasize the dark colors and the light colors. Switch to overlay. set that to overlay. Now we're making one more overlay so we can emphasize some of the shadow and some of the light. Now we drop the background back in. I might want to adjust the. I'm gonna try something. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do this or keep it, but the background might need some adjustment. So I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, that's actually not bad. So we're going to take all of this, copy it, and make a full version of this. And then we're going to start doing a little ambient occlusion. Not ambient occlusion, sorry, chromatic aberration. So we're going to take the full picture, and we're going to copy it 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes my mouse double clicks. Didn't want that. Alright, so now we got a red version, green version, blue version. Let me make sure it's all here. Boom. There's the red one, green one, and blue one. I'm gonna take one of those layers and I'm gonna adjust it just a little bit. Not that one. I'll try moving this one. All right. Now we're almost done. Now for tone curve. also gonna add one gradient. We might not keep it, maybe we will, we'll see. Oh, yep, that sunrise, the sunrise one looks pretty good. But I am gonna erase some of it in the eyes because I really like that color and I want to make sure it stays that way. That's actually not bad. I'll adjust the tone so it doesn't overpower everything, but I keep wanting to keep it on 37. We'll just keep it at 37. Now to add the texture, we're gonna add some noise. Boom. Just a little bit. Then we add our little texture here. We'll take that and we're just gonna difference, boom. There we go. Just a little touch of it. Just a little touch of it. You barely notice it. One more thing, just to make sure there's a little bit of just want to add a little bit of dark gradient, just a touch. Not even that much. And with that, I think we got something pretty good here. I think this will work. I'll sleep on it, and if it's good enough, I'll definitely upload it. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and call. I'm gonna call this done, and we're gonna wrap it up for today. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if it was gonna pull it off, but you know, this is actually not bad, and I have a little bit of time to spare. I'm gonna have to hit the we hit the 4-hour mark, so it did take me longer than I thought it was gonna do. But hey, I'm getting a little faster. It did take me 5 hours, and you know what? It's I'm just glad I got something done. You know, I don't know when I'm gonna be able to stream again. I'm gonna try to stream again next week. We shall see. I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep, but we shall keep you guys informed. I apologize to everybody for not even informing anybody of this sudden gorilla stream, because honestly, I wasn't sure if I was going to do it, and I just, on spur of the moment, I didn't even stop to actually take into consideration that I should probably say something. But we shall see. It's gonna be a rough week, another rough week. That's par for the course nowadays. But hey, I'll keep everybody informed. If I can stream, I'm gonna stream. If I can't, I can't. But if I can in fact stream, I will contact you guys. I will let you guys know on social. If you haven't followed me yet, links are down in the about page. I got Twitter, I have Instagram, um, Blue Sky, and a YouTube. If you're feeling really generous, we also have a Patreon, but no pressure. But I'm going ahead and let's see. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's probably just trying to sleep, so let's just go ahead and wrap it up for the day. So, hey, as always, thanks you for watching. Y'all take it easy. Memento mori, and I will catch you all in the next one. Kill the feed.